Eat this again. on a storybook day here in Greensboro, North Carolina. Perfect weather today. You could not ask for anything better, and there are plenty of storylines to be had today as Greensboro beginning their 2024 conference slate with a doubleheader against North Carolina Wesleyan here today. Good afternoon, everyone. Kendrick Fruits here with you from Barber Park in Greensboro, North Carolina, as the Greensboro Pride getting ready for a twin build today. And we'll go ahead and get you quickly the starting lineups, and we'll start defensively. The alignment for the Pride. From left to right in the outfield, Jillian Vitamonte is in left, Ivy Ray in center, Madison Dillner will be in right field today. Third to first around the infield, Anna Frazier at third. Mackenzie Davis is the shortstop, Rigdon Lambeth at second base, Lexi Sox at first base. Behind the dish today, Kelsey Craven, and Lauren Engel is in the circle. We'll go ahead and give you the pitching lineup, or the pitching numbers, if you will, here for Engel. A fantastic start to her season, and we'll talk a little bit more about that as the day goes on. 7-3, though, the win-loss record with a 1.50 ERA, making her 12th appearance today, her 11th start. 65 innings pitched, 47 strikeouts, and 11 walks. The lineup that she'll face today, Lily Bombach, the center fielder for the battling Bishops, will be the leadoff hitter here. She's hitting at .317, a home run, and 9 batted in this season. We'll give you the rest of that lineup here in just a moment, but we're about ready to get the 2024 conference slate underway as Engel will take a deep breath and deliver. First pitch of the afternoon is inside ball one at 2:01 this afternoon. It is a beautiful 66-degree day, breezy wind about 15 miles an hour today, but perfect conditions. Here's the 1-0. That pitch just a hair low. And the count goes to 2-0. Rest of the lineup behind Bombach is Skylar Walker in left field, batting second. Batting third is Emily Humphrey. She's the second baseman. Michaela Simmons, first base cleanup hitter. In the number 4 spot, Molly Alejandrino, the third baseman, hits fifth. This one lined into left field. It goes foul. Count 2-1. Savannah Thompson, the designated player, batting in the number 6 spot. Alexis Whitfield, the shortstop, will hit seventh. Right fielder Leah Jones will bat in the number 8 slot. And batting ninth, the catcher, Hannah Rubino. Again, that's the lineup for North Carolina Wesleyan today. First conference game for both teams. Here comes the pitch off speed away in the count 3-1. Greensboro comes into today's game 11-7 overall, 6-4 in their last 10 games, riding a 2-game winning streak. North Carolina Wesleyan 10-8 overall and have won their last 2. Here's the pitch. Check swing. And the pitch misses low, and the count goes to 3-1. The Pride today, black pants, black jerseys, the high white socks, green numbering rather on the back with a white trim. Here comes the pitch off speed, hit in the air into left. It's shallow, and Vitamonte is there, makes the catch, one away. That will bring up the left fielder Skylar Walker, hitting an even .400 on the year with 10 batted in. North Carolina Wesleyan, the navy pants with a gold jersey, navy numbering and sleeves as well. First pitch missing outside, or actually might have caught the outside corner. Count 0-1. A 1 on the way. This one hit on the ground towards third, just under the glove of the third baseman. It's going to be a base hit for Walker. First hit of the game for the battling Bishops. Frazier tried to get a glove on it, was not able to do so, was knocked down by the shortstop Davis, but no time to make a play. So runner on first base and 1 away. It'll bring up the second baseman, Emily Humphrey. Humphrey hitting at .286 with a couple batted in. Showing bunt, runner goes. The throw down to second is strong and in time. Excellent peg there from Kelsey Craven, who's thrown out 25% of would-be base stealers this year. And that is the second out. So now base is empty. Still no score, top of the first inning. Off-speed pitch, a called strike, and the count 0-1. Engel looking to bounce back a little bit. Picked up the win her last time out. Not exactly her strongest outing, however. We'll talk a little bit more about that later on. That pitch goes down low. And the count 1-1. Obviously, she's very much all over the top 10 in different leaderboards in Greensboro history. There's a fly ball into right field, and it is flagged down by Dillner. So Lauren Engel will face the minimum in the first inning, gives up a base hit, but she's retired on a caught stealing, and we'll head to the bottom of the first inning. No score between North Carolina Wesleyan and Greensboro. This is Greensboro Pride softball on the Greensboro Pride Sports Network. Bottom of the first inning, no score. Here is the lineup Greensboro will send up today to face the starting pitcher for the Battling Bishops, Morgan Aycock. It's going to be leading off Madison Dillner in right field. Batting second will be the first baseman, Lexi Sox. Kelsey Craven, the catcher, hitting in the number 3 spot. Anna Frazier, the cleanup hitter. She's third base today. Rigdon Lambeth at second base will hit 5th. Ivy Ray, the center fielder, in the 6th spot. Micaiah Simmons, the designated player, will hit 7th. Batting 8th is Jillian Vitamonte, the left fielder. And batting 9th, Mackenzie Davis in the shortstop position. Here is Madison Dillner now, hitting at .434 with 10 batted in. First pitch from Aycock misses away, and the count 1-0. Morgan Aycock this year has been the ace of the Battling Bishops staff. 5-3. This will be her 15th appearance, 8th start. 1.56 the ERA. Just missing in the count 2-0. 45 strikeouts, 33 walks on her ledger this season. Wind starting to pick up, heading out towards left field. That pitched low in the count 3-0. North Carolina Wesleyan defeating Carolina University. Both games of a doubleheader this past Monday. Aycock 7 shutout innings in the first game, as that misses down and away, ball 4. Leadoff runner is aboard. That'll bring up Lexi Sox. Finishing that thought on Aycock. 7 shutout innings, 5 hits. It was a 5-0 victory for the Battling Bishops in game 1 of that Monday doubleheader. Sox hitting at .438, a home run, 18 batted in from the right-hand side. First pitch missing low, and the count goes to 1-0. We'll give the defensive alignment here in just a moment. First, the 1-0 from Aycock, however. She checks the armband and delivers. This pitch hit on the ground just inside the third base line into left field. It's going to be a base hit. Dillner rounding second, pauses for a moment, heads to third base, dives head first, and is safe. It is a double for Lexi Sox. And Pride in business here. 2 in scoring position, nobody out, and it's Kelsey Craven coming to the dish. Craven hitting at .345 with 13 runs batted in. That defensive alignment for North Carolina Wesleyan. Skylar Walker in left, Lily Bombach in center. Aaliyah Jones is in right today. First pitch coming to Craven. Taken down low. Nice block by the catcher, Hannah Rubino. Molly Alejandrino, the third baseman. Alexis Whitfield at short. Second base is Emily Humphrey. And Michaela Simmons at first. And again, Morgan Aycock is in the circle. Here's the 1-0. Swung on high in the air into left center field. Drifting back on it is Walker, and can't make the catch. It gets down. Coming in and scoring is Dillner. And Sox will head to third base, and it is a 1-0 Pride lead. There's going to be an E7 on the play. So unearned run, Dillner comes in to score. And that'll bring up Anna Frazier, hitting at .353, a home run, 14 batted in. Pitch missing up and away, and the count goes to 1-0. So runners at the corners, still nobody out for the Pride. Aycock delivers. That pitch will catch the inside corner. Count goes to 1-1. Again, we're bringing this to you from the Greensboro Pride Sports Network on the Greensboro College Sports website. Also, though, being simulcast today on the social media pages of 12-Ounce Sports. Certainly exciting to be working with them today. Aycock checks the band, and timeout called. A busy slate around the USA South Conference today. Everybody in action, everybody playing too. We'll give you that rundown here in a little bit. That one fouled off, but the count remains 1-2. Baseball also in action today. We'll check in on them later this afternoon. Runner at third base again, Sox. Runner at first base, Craven. Outfield shaded a little bit towards left. Here comes the pitch. And that's high, and the count goes to 2-1. Waiting in the on-deck circle is Rigdon Lambeth. A lot of high batting averages up at the top of this lineup. Here comes the pitch, swing and a miss. And that is strike 3. Rigdon Lambeth coming up, hitting a .404 with 5 batted in. First out of the inning.
Second baseman, Rigdon Lambeth.
Just as an aside, as the first pitch to Lambeth is a called strike. That outfield of Walker, Bombach, and Jones, very good defensively. That was the first error committed by any of them today. Or any of them all season. That ball that Walker was not able to come up with. This one right down the first base side. Aycock will make the play to first base. Heading to second is Craven on the play, but Lexi Sox has to hold up at first. Or hold up at third, rather. So there are 2 away now. And 2 in scoring position on that sacrifice bunt.
Center fielder, Ivy Ray.
Ivy Ray coming up. Hitting at .345 with 6 batted in, left-handed hitter. And Aycock delivers first pitch. That's down and away. Infield creeping in, especially over at the corners. Here's the pitch, and a check swing. They're going to check, and she did not go. Home plate umpire asking for a little bit of help there. 2 balls, no strikes here in the bottom of the first inning. 2 in scoring position. Pride already have 1 across. That's going to miss just outside. 3-0 now. Wind starting to come in from left field a little bit. You see papers rustling about. The flag in left center field starting to whip around as well. Partly cloudy conditions. No shadows to speak of around the surface of the playing field as Lambeth takes a strike there in the count 3-1. You can see an umbrella down in the seating area down the third base side. Whipping around in the breeze. Here comes the 3-1, and that's up and away. Ball 4 loads the bases. That is the second walk permitted by Aycock here in the first inning. That'll bring up the designated player, Micaiah Simmons. Hitting at .212, a home run and 8 batted in. Interesting note about Micaiah Simmons. She is the sister of Greensboro's own Michaela Simmons, both of them from Henderson, North Carolina. Bases loaded. First pitch inside. That's another one of those storylines that we talked about earlier. That pitch hit on the ground towards third base. It is a fair ball just over the bag. One run will come in and score, and they will hold Craven at third base. So Sox scores on Micaiah Simmons' RBI single. And that will be a 2-0 score. Now the umpire is going to go talk about it. It was ruled fair by the home plate umpire. And now it looks like they've changed it. And it has been ruled a foul ball, so take off the RBI for Simmons, take off the advancement by all the base runners. So that'll put Ray back at first base. It'll put Craven back at second. And it'll put Lexi Sox back at third. So here comes the pitch. There's a high fastball. The count is now 1-1. Acock delivers the 1-1, swing and a miss. And turns out it was actually 2 strikes. That was strike 3. And so that is the final out of the inning. So Greensboro at one point thought they had a chance to put up a crooked number, but umpires changing a fair call to a foul ruling will eliminate the run. 1 run comes across, however, and the Pride lead it 1-0 as we head to the second inning. This is Greensboro Pride Sports Network. Top of the second inning. Pride leading it 1-0. And Lauren Engel will face 4, 5, and 6. That's Michaela Simmons, Molly Alejandrino, and Savannah Thompson. First pitch to Simmons. And there's a called strike. Simmons hitting at .420, 2 home runs, 20 batted in for the Battling Bishops this year. Engel faced the minimum in the first inning. This pitch lined into left field. That'll drop for a base hit. Simmons just reaching out and poking that into left field for a leadoff single. Second hit of the game for North Carolina Wesleyan.
Now back at third baseman, Molly Alejandrino.
Runner at first base, nobody out. Molly Alejandrino is the hitter. Home plate umpire now going to talk with the Battling Bishops head coach. They're going to switch runners over there at first base. That's going to be Taylor Kelly, the pinch runner. First pitch to Alejandrino as Kelly dances off of first base, misses ball 1. Ingles last time out, 8 innings, gave up 12 hits, picked up a run, but allowed 7 runs in the process. Off speed, called strike, runner goes, throw down to second, another good one, and again Craven gunning down a would-be base stealer, her second of the day. They're going to find out very quickly not to run on her. Base is clear now, and a 1-1 count to Alejandrino. Engel delivers, swing and a miss, count 1-2. Talking about that last game, however, I think that's one of the big marks of your staff ace, if you will, is being able to gut out a performance when it's not necessarily your best performance and keep your team in it, give them a shot to win. As that pitch fouled off, count remains 1-2. You look at some of her other numbers this season, season high 8 strikeouts back on the 5th of March. Has hit 7 a couple of times since. Just off the outside corner there, 2-2. At one point, she had picked up 6 wins in a row. Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3, her first of the afternoon. Although not necessarily a number she is going to hit today, you want to talk about where she stands on a lot of the Greensboro Pride leaderboards. Now needs 14 strikeouts to move into the top 10 all time as that pitch fouled off. The next hitter is Savannah Thompson, hitting at .244 with 4 batted in. 7th all-time in victories with 24. One ahead of Stacy Patterson. If she gets to 30, we'll move her into a tie for 4th. Kelsey Sanfilippo, Dawn Harris, and Erica Brown. That pitch just missing away. Infield and outfield alignment straight away. 1-1 is on the way. Off speed and in there for a strike, 1-2. Still early here in game 1. As that pitch swung on, hit high and deep left field, well foul. Count remains 1-2. Greensboro leading at 1-0, 1 run on 1 hit. North Carolina Wesleyan, no runs, 2 hits, and an error. Fastball missing outside, 2-2. While these are the first conference games played for both of these teams, as there is a called strike 3 on the inside corner. We'll finish that thought when we come back in the top of the 3rd inning, or the bottom of the, check that, in the bottom of the 2nd inning. But for right now, a couple of strikeouts for Lauren Engel. She's put up 2 zeros. We head to the bottom of inning number 2. Greensboro leads at 1-0 on the Greensboro Pride Sports Network. Bottom of inning number 2, it'll be 8-9-1 coming up for the Pride. That's Vitamonte Davis, and back to the top with Madison Dillner. Julian Vitamonte in left field hitting at 182 with 3 runs batted in this year. Infield coming in at the corners. Finishing that thought from the top of the second inning. First conference games for these two teams. Not the first conference games overall. There's been one doubleheader played already at a called strike on the outside corner, 0-1. Earlier this week, Methodist and Mary Baldwin splitting a doubleheader. Everybody else beginning today, though. We'll give you that full slate here. This one bunted towards third base, scooped up, and the throw on to first. No, there's no throw. As heading down to the ground was the third baseman, Alejandrino. Safe over there at first base is Vitamonte. That'll bring up Mackenzie Davis.
Now for your pride, the shortstop, Mackenzie Davis.
Alejandrino looks no worse for wear. So a runner at first base for the shortstop Davis, hitting at 192, has driven in 7. It's an infield base hit for Vitamonte. That one bunted towards the circle. Aycock picks it up, and the throw goes to first base. Sacrifice bunt there for Davis. And it moves Vitamonte over, and that will turn the lineup over. And we go back to Madison Dillner, who walked in, scored. The rest of today's schedule, Southern Virginia and 18th ranked Pfeiffer playing a doubleheader. Mary Baldwin is at Brevard today. There's a strike on the outside corner. Meredith and Salem from Blixfield and Winston-Salem, and then Methodist is at William Peace. We'll keep you updated on those as well. Runner at second base and 1 out here in the bottom of inning number 2. Aycock delivers, hit on the ground, right back to her. Doesn't even check the runner, goes to first base, so Dillner is retired 1-3, and heading to third base on the play is Vitamonte. Brings up Lexi Sox, a double her first time up.
Lexi Sox.
First all-time in career doubles for Greensboro. That was her 48th last inning. Swing and a miss. The count 0-1. Puts her now 7 ahead of Sarah Connolly all-time. Also that hit moved her into sole possession of 7th place in career hits, her 142nd, breaking a tie with Allison Yeager and Brittany Smith. Runner at third base, 2 away. Pride looking to double their lead here in the bottom of inning number 2. Aycock checks the armband and delivers. Swung on and fouled back to the backstop. If she's able to extend the inning, it'll be Kelsey Craven then, who reached on an error. That was the play into left field in which the only run has scored up to this point. Aycock delivers, 1-2. Sox swings, grounds it foul. Third base side, and the count remains 1-2. Aycock today already has walked 2 and struck out 2. Sox looking to protect the plate here with 2 strikes. Hits it on the ground, just foul again, third base side. And it will sneak out of play. Simmons over there at first base playing in. Here comes the pitch, fastball up and away. Check down to first base. The umpire says no, she did not go. 2-2. Vitamonte ready off the third base. There's the pitch up and away, and the count now full. This is a North Carolina Wesleyan infield where if you put the ball in play, they do struggle a little bit, especially 9 errors over at third base. and 7 combined on the right side of the infield as that pitch inside, ball 4. Good job there for Sox. Was down 1-2 in the count, was able to battle back, work a walk. That'll put runners at the corners now.
Now at the plate, the catcher,
Kelsey Craven 0 for 1 today. Benamonte at third, Sox at first, and still there are 2 away. First pitch to the Pride catcher, swings, pops it up in the infield. Aycock there, Simmons there, and it's Aycock making the catch for the final out of the second inning. So the Pride put a couple aboard, not able to cash in, however. And we'll head to the top of the third inning. Greensboro leading it 1-0 on the Greensboro Pride Sports Network.
I am playing Osu.
Never go without me.
Right now I'm playing Rocket League.
It's a rhythm beat game.
Apex Legends,
Valorant,
Mortal Kombat,
Nintendo games.
a lot of first-person shooters.
any Modern Warfare or Call of Duty game.
I just like playing games.
Feeling safe.
Everybody comes together to beat the objectives, and it like helps you bond with people.
They talk together, create strategies, and practice together.
Leadership, patience, collaboration, cooperation.
Some of the best esports people out there right now are women.
Greensboro College is a small school, but if you want to be a part of something big, we have big things happening here.
I just feel like I belong here.
Top of the third inning. And Lauren Engel will face the bottom 3 in the lineup. That is 7, 8, 9, Alexis Whitfield, Aaliyah Jones, and Hannah Rubino. Taking a quick check. The other game, Pfeiffer and Southern Virginia, they're just in the third inning of their game. Must have been a little bit of a delay, perhaps, in that one. Whitfield, a 370 hitter here with 7 runs batted in. And here comes the first pitch. And that misses low in the count 1-0. Actually, the score I'm looking at is the second game of their doubleheader today. Pfeiffer leading that one 5-0 in the third. That one swung on line off of the glove of Engel, and it goes into center field. And that's a leadoff base hit for Whitfield. Brings up Aaliyah Jones. Engel has given up 1 hit in each of the first 3 innings. However, those runners have been retired every time. Discussion going on right now between the home plate umpire and head coach John Brackett in his 33rd year as the head coach at North Carolina Wesleyan. And it looks like it is going to be scored as batter's interference, so that takes away the base hit. So that'll bring up Aaliyah Jones hitting at 471, 5 runs batted in. Actually, this is still Alexis Whitfield. I think the umpire signified the count was 1-1 just moments ago.
I'll go ask him between innings what that was. I think it was the bat.
So there's a called strike to Whitfield.
Put an out on the board, Virginia.
And here is the pitch hit on the ground towards first. Nice backhanded stab there. And stepping on the bag is the first baseman, Sox, for the first out of the inning. That'll bring up Aaliyah Jones, who is the right fielder today.
There's 2 outs now, yeah.
First pitch coming to Jones, and that misses inside, and the count is 1-0. Jones, a .471 hitter, coming in that number 8 spot.
All right, so just put that other girl 3U and then
That pitch missing just low, and the count 2-0. Elsewhere around the conference, we'll take a look at some of those other scores, and we'll find that first one from Southern Virginia and Pfeiffer as well. Again, Engel just missing off of the inside corner. That pitch not off the plate by much. Top of the 7th inning elsewhere, Mary Baldwin leading Brevard 7-1. Check that, 6-1. Meredith College leading Salem in the bottom of the 5th, 10-0 there. That one just about over. And then elsewhere, Methodist and William Peace about to get underway. There's a called strike. That's a check at what else is going on around the USA South Conference. That pitch popped up in the infield, calling for it and making the catch is the second baseman Lambeth, and that is the second out of the inning. That'll bring up Hannah Rubino hitting at 182 with a couple of runs batted in. Engel looking for what would be another smooth inning. So far, neither ball put in play here in the 3rd inning has even gotten out of the infield. First pitch to Rubino. Swings and dribbles it right back to the circle. And check mark there next to smooth inning. That one goes 1-3. And it is a 1-2-3 inning for Lauren Engel. We'll head to the bottom of inning number 3. The Pride lead it 1-0 is your score on the Greensboro Pride Sports Network.
Shot for shots, trying to score. In the end, there was a huge scramble. What ended up happening was I just stayed calm throughout the process, made sure I was working through it and breathing during that process, and I ended up coming up on top. First thing I did, I raised my hands to thank God, and I gave 2 crosses, thanking him. When you get down to, who's on the mat, yeah, it's individual, but it's bigger than that. I wouldn't be able to do this without my coaching staff, the athletic training staff, my teammates, my family, my friends. It's a group effort. When I was in the finals, I could literally feel like people from home watching me and praying for me. I could feel it. I could feel that energy. Honestly, I've been wanting to do this since I was a kid. Growing up in Greensboro, North Carolina, being able to bring it back to your home city and town, it was awesome. It was like I came home, everybody was there, family, friends, professors, everybody, and we all got to share that moment. We all won. We are one Pride.
Bottom of the 3rd inning, and it'll be 4, 5, and 6 coming up for the Pride. Anna Frazier, Rigdon Lambeth, and Ivy Ray, the 3 scheduled hitters against Morgan Aycock. Frazier struck out her first time up. One of 2 strikeouts today. This one popped up, though. Foul territory, first base side. Simmons there, puts it away. 1 pitch, 1 out. That is what we call economical. Brings up Lambeth, a sacrifice bunt, her first time up today.
Now batting second baseman, Rigdon Lambeth.
One out, bottom of the 3rd inning. Low-scoring affair up to this point as Aycock sails the first pitch back to the backstop. So the first game of that Pfeiffer and Southern Virginia doubleheader was an 8-3 Pfeiffer victory. And again, they lead the second game as well, 5-0 in the 3rd. Aycock delivers this one, a swing and a miss. And the count goes to 0-2. Bunted towards the circle. Aycock scoops it up. And the throw on to first base is in time. 2 away here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. And that'll bring up Ivy Ray, who walked her first time.
Now batting center fielder, Ivy Ray.
Aycock has settled in nicely after the first inning.
They're actually throwing it to the second baseman at first base, so it's 1-4.
Called strike on the outside corner there. And the count goes to 0-1. Corner's creeping in. And Aycock delivers. Ray shows bunt, deadens it, but foul. And it's 0-2. Aycock again checks the armband. Ray ready in the left-hand box. Fastball high and wide. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Aycock up to this point in the year walking about 1 hitter every 2 innings, but so far today, 3 walks in 2 2/3. This one poked foul, third base side. 1-2, the count remains. Opponent's hitting .236 against her this season. Certainly not a bad number. Again, the timing of those walks could be the issue for her. That pitch missing down and away, 2-2. Good battle here at the plate by Ray. If she extends the inning, it'll be the designated player, Micaiah Simmons, next. That one well outside, and the count goes full. We've seen this a couple of times so far today. Pride hitters getting down in the count early, but being able to work the count back to even, or in some cases even to a favorable one. Payoff pitch on the way. This one poked foul. We'll do it again. Might have been a hair outside, but too close to take. Alejandrino creeping in and guarding the line down the third base side. Here comes the 3-2. This one grounded right back to the circle again. Aycock's been busy fielding ground balls today. Throws this one on over to first base for the final out of the inning. The Pride go down 1-2-3. We head to the 4th. They still lead it, though. 1-0 is your score on the Greensboro Pride Sports Network. Top of the 4th inning. Lauren Engel, 3 shutout innings up to this point. The Pride lead at 1-0 to score. It'll be the top of the lineup for the battling Bishops. First pitch from Engel, a called strike, and the count 0-1. Bombach a fly out to left field her first time up. Off speed just missing away, and the count goes to 1-1. Engel just about halfway to what would be her 5th shutout of the year. Still quite a bit of ball to be played until we get to that point, but starting to get to the area where you can at least look at it. Here comes the 1-1. Line towards second base and snared there just before hitting the ground by the second baseman Lambeth. A good play. And that is the first out of the 4th inning. Brings up Skylar Walker, a base hit her first time out, and she was the first of 2 stolen base, or caught stolen by Kelsey Craven. Called strike on the inside corner, count 0-1. So far today, Engel has allowed 2 hits, walked none, struck out 2. 0-1 on the way. Swing and a miss, count 0-2. She's only faced 3 hitters in each of the first 3 innings. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got Walker chasing. That's the second out of the inning. Brings up Emily Humphrey.
Now at the plate, second baseman Emily
Humphrey skied out to right her first time up. Engel delivers off speed, but in the zone, and the count 0-1. A 1 on the way, showing bunt is Humphrey, and it is deadened in front of the plate. Craven picks it up, the throw to first, not in time. And that is a bunt single for Humphrey. And that will bring up Michaela Simmons. She singled her first time up as well and was caught stealing.
Now batting first baseman Michaela Simmons.
Engel's first pitch, runner darted off first as if she were about to go, but thought better of it. That pitch inside to Simmons, the count 1-0. Timeout called here.
Softball.
As Pride head coach Meredith Mills coming out
At 12.
for a quick conversation.
I can't put the link up until I start the huddle camera outside. It's different from the huddle camera inside, so I don't get
Quick check of what else is going on tomorrow. It's a busy weekend for Greensboro Athletics. Tomorrow, softball, a doubleheader against Methodist. First game beginning at 1. Men's lacrosse tomorrow hosting Piedmont at noon at Pride Field. Women's lacrosse will follow at 3 o'clock against Brevard. Here comes the pitch. And it's a called strike, 1-1. Baseball on the road at William Peace tomorrow, a doubleheader there as well, that beginning at 3 o'clock. So that's a quick check of everything going on tomorrow. Here's the pitch, and that is roped foul, first base side, the count 1-2. Runner at first base again, Emily Humphrey. And Engel delivers the 1-2. She pokes this one towards first base, and a nice catch on the run by Lexi Sox in foul territory. So for the first time today, Engel faces more than 3 hitters in an inning, but for the 4th time today, puts up a 0 on the scoreboard. We go to the bottom of the 4th inning. We're halfway home in game number 1. Greensboro leading at 1-0 on the Greensboro Pride Sports Network. Bottom of the fourth inning. Greensboro still with a 1-0 lead. It'll be the bottom third of the lineup as Micaiah Simmons fouls the first pitch off, count 0-1. Simmons struck out her first time. Going back to those games that we just mentioned a few moments ago, we'll give you the quick rundown of those again. But softball, the doubleheader against Methodist, that game beginning at 1. That pitch down low. And then again, men's lacrosse hosting Piedmont at noon, followed by women's lacrosse at 3. They're hosting Brevard. And baseball on the road at William Peace for a doubleheader beginning at 1 o'clock tomorrow. But again, a reminder as Simmons swings and misses, the count 1-2. Both softball and lacrosse will be live streamed on the Greensboro Athletics website. 1-2 on the way. That's high, and Simmons able to hold off. The count 2-2. Other finals starting to roll in from around the conference. Again, everybody playing double headers today. We mentioned Pfeiffer defeating Southern Virginia 8-3 in their first game. That one fouled off. The count remains 2-2. Mary Baldwin takes down Brevard 6-2, the final in that one. And Meredith with a 10-0 blanking of Salem in the first game of that doubleheader. We're just a couple of pitches past the midway point of our game one, as that's a rope foul third base side. Off of the bat of Simmons. Line score right now, no runs, 3 hits and an error for the battling Bishops. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors for the Pride. That pitch away, and the count goes full. We'll be close to 70 degrees here before too long. That pitch missing just low. And that is a good at-bat there for Micaiah Simmons, working a walk. So with the leadoff runner aboard, Jillian Vitamonte, who singled her first time up. And looks like they're going to have a runner here for Simmons.
Can you see the number? Is it 6?
Looks like
6. Raven Taylor.
it's going to be Raven Taylor coming in to run. Taylor, the sophomore from Laurel Hill. So nobody aboard, or check that, nobody out, 1 aboard. Vitamonte shows bunt, pulls back. And the pitch taken for a ball outside. With the corners crashing in for North Carolina Wesleyan, looking to move the runner over. That one bunted foul. The count 1-1. Certainly a pitcher's duel here in game one, and any sort of run you can scrape across coming at a premium. And as we go on into the later stages of this first game, see teams playing for 1 run any way they can get them. 1-1 on the way. And again, a bunt. This one a good one right in front of the plate. And credit Vitamonte with the sacrifice, as moving down to second base is Taylor.
Now at the plate, shortstop, Mackenzie Davis.
Brings up Mackenzie Davis. She had a sacrifice bunt her first trip to the plate today. So 2 cracks at it now for the Pride to get their second run across. Aycock delivers first pitch up and away, and it's 1-0. We thought they had that second run back in the first inning. And what looked like An extra base hit from Frazier. It was wiped off, and so too was the run. That one inside, and it's 2-0. So far, Lauren Engel has been able to make it stand up. Certainly would not say no to a little bit of cushion. There's a called strike on the outside portion of the zone to the count 2-1. Taylor ready off of second. And that pitch fouled off. Count 2-2. The Pride, not a team that necessarily, that pitch misses down low. But it's interesting. We look at some of the splits coming into today's game, and one of the things that stood out was it kind of seemed feast or famine in a way. In their 7 losses, they've scored a total of 8 runs, including being shut out 3 times. But in their 11 wins, as this one grounded right back to the circle, Aycock's only play will be to first. So it's a ground out back to the pitcher, although it serves almost as a sacrifice bunt in a way, and the fact they moved Taylor over to third base, and that'll send the lineup back around to the top with Madison Dillner. But yeah, in their 11 wins, they've only scored fewer than 5 runs twice, and they've reached double figures 4 times, including coming into today an active streak of 2, but they'd have to hustle to get there here in the front half of this twin bill. First pitch missing, ball 1. Of course, when you get to conference play, it doesn't matter how you win them, it just matters that you win them. One-0 the count to the left-handed hitting Dillner. He'll take a strike there, and the count 1-1. Dillner has driven in 10 this year. Number 11 potentially standing over there at third. 1-1 on the way. Swung on, and that's poked right at the second baseman. It's caught. Emily Humphrey makes the play. And that is the final out of the 4th inning. So once again, the Pride with a runner in scoring position and cannot bring them in to score. And we'll head to the top of the 5th inning. Greensboro leads it 1-0 on the Greensboro Pride Sports Network.
I am playing Osu.
Another goal by me.
Right now I'm playing Rocket League.
It's a rhythm beat game.
Apex Legends,
Valorant,
Mortal Kombat,
Nintendo games.
a lot of first-person shooters.
any Modern Warfare or Call of Duty game.
I just like playing games.
Feeling safe.
Everybody comes together to beat the objectives, and it helps you bond with people.
They talk together, create strategies, and practice together.
Leadership, patience, collaboration, cooperation.
Some of the best esports people out there right now are women.
Greensboro College is a small school, but if you want to be a part of something big, we have big things happening here.
Top of the 5th inning. Engel looking to continue to hold on to this 1-0 lead. She will face the 5, 6, 7 part of the lineup. Alejandrino is the leadoff hitter, Thompson, and then Whitfield. First pitch coming. There's a called strike. Alejandrino struck out her first time up. One of 3 strikeouts for Engel so far. There's a off-speed pitch just missing. Don't know where that missed, and if it did, it didn't by much. 1-1 the count. Now, because this is game 1 of a doubleheader, naturally that means, well, game 2 is to follow. That pitch popped up behind the plate, and a nice catch made by Kelsey Craven, getting back there and finding the ball quickly. It was not a pop-up hit particularly high, which is why it's all the more impressive. Able to quickly locate the ball and make the play. Brings up Savannah Thompson, struck out looking her first time up. Anyways, all that to say about game two, beginning about 25 or so minutes after the conclusion of this one. The stream will be the same, so if you want to leave it up and go grab a snack, go let out the dog, or check the mail or whatever you need to do, you'll have about 20, 25 minutes or so in between games. Pitch to Thompson, off speed and inside, 2 balls, no strikes. Well, as Yogi Berra said, it gets late early out here, and that's one of the things about playing a 7-inning game. You're in the 5th inning, and you realize you don't have a whole lot of opportunities left. There's an opportunity. It's hit over the head in right field. And heading into second base is Thompson. She is safe, a stand-up double as it got up and over the head of right fielder Madison Dillner. And really, that's the first exceptionally well-hit ball today for the battling Bishops. First extra base hit. And they will have a pinch runner for Thompson. Just waiting to see who it will be. Pinch runner for Thompson is Ariella Layton. And here is Alexis Whitfield, grounded out to first, her first time up. Ingles pitch missing up and away. First real scoring threat for the battling Bishops here in the top of the 5th inning. First time they've had a runner at second base today. Swung on, and that's poked into left center field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Throw will come in, but it's just a one-base advancement. So now runners at the corners for North Carolina Wesleyan. After back-to-back hits, the double by Thompson and the base hit by Whitfield brings up Aaliyah Jones.
Now batting right fielder, Aaliyah Jones.
Jones popped up to second, her first time up. We'll see how the Pride want to play this one. Runners or corners are in. Middle infield back. This one bunted towards third base. The throw will go to first base. It's offline. Now the throw coming home. They've got her. Excellent play. Excellent awareness by Lexi Sox. The throw from Frazier pulled Sox off the bag. Realized she had a chance at the plate, and they were able to nail the runner. So that's going to go 5-3-2.
Now batting the catcher, Hannah Rubino.
Brings up Hannah Rubino. Runners are at first and second now. You may want to put a star next to that. Maybe the key play of the game if this remains a one-run game the rest of the way. And in some ways, as the first pitch to Rubino, up and in. In some ways, it was almost beneficial the throw was offline as it already put Sox in motion to then throw the ball home. The pitch hit right back to Engel, and the throw on to first base, crisis averted. A couple of base runners for the battling Bishops. They do not score. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning. Pride still lead 1-0 in the Greensboro Pride Sports Network. Bottom of the 5th inning. And the Pride will have 4, 5, and 6. That's Sox, Craven, and Frazier. Morgan Aycock still in the circle here. The Pride hanging on to a 1-0 lead, trying to add more. Sox pops it up in our general direction and hitting the window about 7 or 8 feet to my left. If I had brought Harry Carey's net with me today, might have had a play on it. Count 0-1 to Sox. And a good block in the dirt there by Rubino in the count 1-1. Aycock ready with the 1-1. That pitch just high. You could see the hitch there from Sox. Certainly looked as if she wanted to offer at it, but ultimately did not. 2 balls and a strike. Aycock delivers. Sox grounds this one in between third and short. And now it's misplayed by Walker in left field. It's going to go almost all the way to the wall. Sox is on her way to second base. Now is heading to third base. She will make it standing. It'll be a base hit and then an error on Walker. That is her second error in left field today. And just like that, the Pride with a runner at third base and nobody out. A golden opportunity for Kelsey Craven. Craven is 0 for 2. 13 runs batted in for Craven this year. Infield playing about halfway. Corner's a little further in. That pitch is just down in the count 1-0. Almost looked like it kicked off of Walker's foot the way the ball got to her, and then all of a sudden just shot up into the air. 1 ball and no strikes. Here comes the pitch from Aycock, and that is going to catch the lower and inside corner in the count 1-1. Sox ready at third. Here comes the 1-1. That's hit. That should score a run. It's hit into right center field. Will it be caught? That's the question. No, there's a collision. Baumbach and Jones collide. Sox scores easily. And heading into second base is Craven. It's going to be scored an E8, so that's an unearned run. So it is now 2-0. In favor of the Pride. Both runs unearned, charged to Morgan Aycock. Here is Frazier, who is 0 for 2 today. Runner at second base.
So it's kind of the same deal. Like if she comes up with a hit, then it's an earned run because she would have scored.
That pitch hit on the ground. It's off of the glove of Alejandrino. Coming around, holding at third base is going to be Craven. So runners now at the corners. Frazier picking on the first pitch she sees. Still nobody out, in a golden opportunity for the Pride to put up a crooked number here in the 5th inning and give Engel that little bit of run support.
Concession stand is open underneath the press box. I bring food out there this afternoon.
As a meeting in the circle taking place. Hitter here is Rigdon Lambeth. She's 0 for 1 today, also a sacrifice bunt. Runners at the corners. Aycock delivers, and that pitch misses. Looked like it was good from here, but
Sox's would be earned, hers would be unearned because she reached on the arrow.
1 ball, no strikes.
Out there with 2 outs, then it would stay unearned.
And here comes the pitch. That is fouled off. And the count 1-1.
But technically, she should still be at Keep it unearned, and I'll figure it out.
Aycock ready to deliver the 1-1. And that's bunted right back towards her. She picks it up, and there is no play as she looked over at third base first. By the time she had gotten spun around, no chance to get Lambeth, who was speeding down the line. So with that, the bases are loaded, and Ivy Ray is the hitter. First pitch to Ray misses. That's ball 1. Here comes the pitch. That's slapped into left field. It will curl foul. And the count 1-1.
If Craven scores, hers is unearned.
The bases are loaded, and still just no one out here in the bottom of the 5th. That one just missing, and the count 2-1. Runner at third base is Craven. Frazier is at second. Lambeth is at first. Here comes the pitch. That misses away. 3-1. There's nowhere to put her. And there is action in the bullpen for North Carolina Wesleyan. Here's the 3-1. And that's a called strike. And the count goes full. Two 2-0 Pride your score. Bottom 5 of a 7-inning game. Game 1 of a doubleheader. The 3-2 on the way. Slapped into left field. That is a foul ball. Well, curving action on that one. If it had gone right down the line, don't know that it would have scored 2. Skylar Walker had it played well, but it would have at least gotten 1 in. Another payoff pitch coming. The 3-2 on the way from Aycock. Delivers, and again slapped foul. That one almost took a chunk out of Micaiah Simmons. Good battle here by Ivy Ray. Another 3-2 on the way. And again, another foul ball. Walker had a chance to get to that one, but not able to do so. Quite the battle right here between the pitcher Aycock and the hitter Ray. You almost think in some ways this is advantage hitter. They can stand up there and theoretically just foul stuff off until the pitcher makes a mistake. But a lot of times, as a pitcher, you get kind of frustrated. You try all sorts of different things to retire the hitter, and they just keep spoiling your best efforts. Another 3-2. And that's ball 4. That'll force in a run. Ivy Ray, the RBI walk. That is her 7th run batted in. So Craven will score. Frazier to third. Lambeth is at second.
They ran for her, I think, and she came back in. I can't remember if it was the first baseman or DP.
So that'll bring up Simmons, who is 0 for 1 today. Is struck out and has walked. 3-0 Pride, your score in game 1, bottom 5.
But they never subbed it back in. So as soon as she got on base, Meredith went out to tell the umpire that she never reported it, and she got called out.
Here comes the pitch, swung on and popped up. Foul territory, and not being able to make the catch is Rubino. Lunged for it a little bit, but was not able to corral it. The count 0-1. Still quite a perilous situation for the Battling Bishops as this one swung on, hit high in the air into center field. That ball back, that ball gone. A grand slam for Micaiah Simmons, and the Pride have busted this one open. That is her second home run of the year. She now has 12 runs batted in. It is 7-0 here in the bottom of the fifth. And we'll bring up Jillian Vitamonte. Well, we've been talking about, if Lauren Engel could just get one extra cushion, one extra run, but how about 6 more? Vitamonte, a single and a sacrifice bunt. Showing bunt here, deadens it right off of the bat, but not able to keep it in fair territory. And the count 0-1. Really the only good thing North Carolina Wesleyan can say now is at least the bases aren't loaded anymore. 0-1 the count. Aycock delivers again, showing bunt is Vitamonte. Pulls back that pitch outside, 1-1. That was a rocket off of Simmons' bat, just to the right of dead center. Here's the 1-1. That missing outside as well. 2 balls and a strike. Pride coming off of what was a very successful conference schedule last year. 14-4 was their win-loss mark as this one bunted foul. The count 2-2. Part of a season in which they went 33-10. Sitting at 11-7 after completing their non-conference schedule here in 2024. Two balls, 2 strikes to Vitamonte. He's the 7th hitter to come up here in the 5th inning as that pitch fouled off and still nobody out. Which means that at the minimum, Greensboro will send 9 hitters to the plate here in the bottom of the 5th inning. See a couple people out there in center field going into the first couple rows of the trees looking for that ball. This pitch lined into center field. That's a base hit. Vitamonte, a 2-hit game. And that'll bring up Mackenzie Davis now. And it looks like we're going to see a pitching change here for North Carolina Wesleyan. So we will get those numbers together for you, and we'll tell you about it in just a moment. Greensboro has busted this one open with 6 runs here in the bottom of the 5th inning. They lead it 7-0 on the Greensboro Pride Sports Network. Now on the bump, or in the circle rather, for North Carolina Wesleyan, Kara Boisvert. This is her 5th appearance this year, a .560 earned run average, 2 wins, 2 losses, 20 innings pitched, 10 walks, 4 strikeouts, and opponents hitting .333 against her. Runner at first base is Vitamonte. She is Acock's responsibility. And because of that, we can't close her line yet. Runner goes, the throw down to second, not in time. Vitamonte almost overslid, but she is safe at second with what is her her second stolen base of the year. Greensboro, not a team that runs a ton, but they have a high success rating. They are 14 of 16 when they do. There's a strike to Mackenzie Davis. Davis is 0 for 1 today, also a sacrifice bunt. So again, we'll give you the final line of Morgan Acock once it is set in stone, but again, Vitamonte is her responsibility. This one hit weakly on the ground, towards short, scooped up, and the long throw to first base, not in time from Alexis Whitfield. That's going to be an infield base hit for Davis. Vitamonte goes to third. And that will bring up Madison Dillner, the 9th hitter this inning. Still nobody out. And again, the Battling Bishops coach out there to have a word with the first base umpire. John Brackett in his 33rd year, winning as coach in program history, but also, interesting note about him, he coached the women's basketball program for 20 seasons as well at North Carolina Wesleyan. Runners at the corners, nobody out. Dillner, who's 0 for 2 today with a walk. And looks like we will see a longer conference now in the circle. Brackett had a couple of words for the first base umpire. Now he's gathered the entire infield. So with that going on, we will take a moment just to check out what else is going on around the conference again. Mary Baldwin and Brevard about to begin their second game. Again, earlier today, with conference play in full swing, 18th ranked Pfeiffer defeated Southern Virginia 8-3 the final. Callie Morton picked up her 9th win of the year as Pfeiffer now 21-0 to start the season. Gracie Griffin 4 for 4, a home run and 4 runs batted in. Mary Baldwin defeated Brevard 6-2 the final there, and Meredith downed Salem 10-0. Just underway, Methodist and William Peace. Actually, the second game between Southern Virginia and Pfeiffer has gone final, as that pitch is a strike. Throw down to third base, not in time. Heading down to second on that throw was Mackenzie Davis.
Just put a plus on that. That's not a stolen base. Does she go on the pitch? All right, then it is a stolen base. Sorry. I thought she went after she threw it to third.
Here comes the pitch. That's a strike at the bottom of the zone. And the count 1-1. So 2 more runners in scoring position for Dillner. She has driven in 10 this year. Still nobody out. Here's the pitch. That's popped into left center field. That ball is going to split the outfielders. 1 run will come in and score. That is Vitamonte. Davis will round as well. She scores, and that's an RBI double, a 2-run double, in fact. And that will do it here in the first, as 2 runs will score, and that makes it a 9-0 game final due to the run rule of 8 runs after 5 innings. So the Pride take game 1 of today's doubleheader. 9-0 your final score. It is the 5th shutout of the season for Lauren Engel, which once again continues to not only move her up the team record books, but up the season leaderboard as well. Her 5th complete game shutout. She was tied for 4th amongst all of NCAA Division III, but that will move her into sole possession there. And as far as the team is concerned, or at least the team record books is concerned, that now her 28th career complete game. She's 5 behind Dawn Harris, and she's now 4th all-time by herself with her 10th career complete game, breaking the tie with Dawn Harris, and she's now tied with Cheyenne Cox in the top 3 position. So the 2-run double for Madison Dillner is the game winner in Game 1. We will tally up the final numbers. We'll give them to you closer to Game 2. We will step aside here for a little bit. Again, Game 2 beginning in about 25 minutes or so from now on this same stream. So don't go anywhere. If you need to step aside, grab a snack or whatever, go for it. But you don't need to change links or anything to grab the stream for Game 2. But the win today for for Greensboro over North Carolina Wesleyan moves them to 12-7 overall, and they are now 1-0 in conference to begin conference slate. Game 2 beginning here in just about 25 minutes or so. But your final score from Game 1, Greensboro 9, North Carolina Wesleyan 0. This has been a presentation of Greensboro Athletics from the Greensboro Pride Sports Network.
the big dance, the national championships, the final. It was a nail biter. All right, we did a lot of hand fighting, a lot of shot for shots, trying to score. In the end, there was a huge scramble. What ended up happening was I just stayed calm throughout the process, made sure I was working through it and breathing during that process, and I ended up coming up on top. First thing I did, I raised my hands to thank God, and I gave 2 crosses, thanking Him. When you get down to, who's on the mat, yeah, it's individual, but it's bigger than that, I wouldn't be able to do this without my coaching staff, the athletic training staff, my teammates, my family, my friends. It's a group effort. When I was in the finals, I could literally feel like people from home watching me and praying for me. I could feel it. I could feel that energy. Honestly, I've been wanting to do this since I was a kid. Growing up in Greensboro, North Carolina, being able to bring it back to your home city and town, it was awesome. It was like I came home, everybody was there, family, friends, professors, everybody, and we all got to share that moment. We all won. We are one brand. Wrestling, although wrestling is a huge part of my life, it's not my whole life. You got to find yourself outside of your sport, in order to fully reach that next level. We're going to take some time to smell the flowers, and relax. And then, when summer hits, we're going to get back to training and try to work on getting that next national championship for Greensboro College.
I am playing Osu.
Another goal meeting.
Right now I'm playing Rocket League.
It's a rhythm beat game.
Apex Legends,
Valorant,
Mortal Kombat,
Nintendo games.
a lot of first-person shooters.
any Modern Warfare or Call of Duty game.
I just like playing games.
Feeling safe.
Everybody comes together to beat the objectives, and it helps you bond with people.
They talk together, create strategies, and practice together.
Leadership, patience, collaboration, cooperation.
Some of the best esports people out there right now are women.
Greensboro College is a small school, but if you want to be a part of something big, we have big things happening here.
I just feel like I belong here.
On opening day of conference schedule, it is game 2 of today's doubleheader between the Greensboro Pride and the North Carolina Wesleyan battling Bishops. Greensboro winning 9-0 in game 1 of today's doubleheader and about to get set for game number 2. Let's go ahead and get you caught up on the starting lineups for today's game. We'll give you some of the final numbers from the first game of today's doubleheader throughout the program, but we'll go ahead and give you the starting lineup. Lily Bombach leading off for North Carolina Wesleyan. She's in center field. Batting second is Skylar Walker. Emily Humphrey, the pitcher, will bat in the number 3 spot. Michaela Simmons, the first baseman, hits cleanup. Batting in the number 5 spot is Molly Alejandrino, the third baseman. Savannah Thompson, the catcher, hits 6th. The shortstop, Alexis Whitfield, will bat 7th. Frances Hanshu in right field hits 8th. And Cassie Smith, playing second, will bat 9th. First pitch of game number 2, missing down low to Lily Bombach, and we are underway at 3:59 this afternoon. Anna Frazier making the start here in game number 2 for the Pride. First, the 1-0 pitch missing low. And the count 1-1. We'll get you the numbers on Frazier here in just a moment. The 1-1 coming to Bombach. And there's a called strike. Frazier making her third appearance this year. Her first start, swing and a miss. On the year, a 1-0 record, an ERA of 0. Has pitched 3 1/3 scoreless innings, 2 walks, and no strikeouts. But again, making her first start. This one hit on the ground towards third. Nice backhanded play there by Peyton Reynolds, and there's the first out of the ball game. Then we met Reynolds over there at third base. Let's go ahead and introduce you to the rest of the defense. Madison Dillner is in left field. Ivy Ray in center. Micaiah Simmons is in right. Peyton Reynolds is at third base. Mackenzie Davis, the shortstop. Rigdon Lambeth at second. Lexi Sox at first. And Faith May behind the dish. First pitch to Skylar Walker, a strike. And the count 0-1. Frazier, a sophomore. Again, making her first start. That pitch up and away, and the count 1-1.
So I'll ask Coach on that play, but
Skylar Walker
to me it should have been caught. And so regardless of who gets
hits this one on the ground third base side. That is foul, which is good. It was sneaking past Reynolds. Walker 1 for 2 in the first game today.
to me it's an error. I'll double check.
Again, Greensboro winning game 1, 9-0 the score in 5 innings. 9 runs, 9 hits, no errors for North Carolina Wesleyan. No runs, 5 hits, and 3 errors. That pitch low, 2-2. Lauren Engel picked up the victory, 8-3 on the year. Morgan Aycock took the loss. She fell to 5-4. In a game that took an hour and 26 minutes. This pitch popped up in the infield. Mackenzie Davis drifting now. A couple steps in the outfield grass. Collides with Dillner.
Somebody drops that, that's an error.
But makes the catch. That's the second out. So 2 up, 2 down. And that'll bring up Emily Humphrey. She played second base in the first game and also was 1 for 2. No one recorded multi-hit game for the NC Wesleyan squad in the first game. A couple players for the Pride had multi-hit games. That pitch a called strike. Frazier delivers the 0-1 on the way. That's poked into, not quite into the right field side. It was caught by Lambeth, and that is a quick 1-2-3 first inning for Anna Frazier. So good start for her. And we'll head to the bottom of the first inning with North Carolina Wesleyan 0 and the Greensboro Pride coming to bat. The Greensboro Pride Sports Network. Bottom of the first inning, and the lineup for the Pride is as follows. Madison Dillner leading off. She's the left fielder. Lexi Sox will bat second. Kelsey Craven, the designated player, will hit third. Anna Frazier, the pitcher, will hit the number 4 spot. Rigdon Lambeth, the second baseman, hits fifth. Ivy Ray in center field will bat eighth. Micaiah Simmons in right field Ivy Ray hits in the 6th spot. Micaiah Simmons hitting 7th. Peyton Reynolds, the third baseman, will bat in the number 8 spot. Mackenzie Davis will hit 9th. She's the shortstop. First pitch, missed ball 1, and all of a sudden, that's all it took for head coach John Brackett to go out and have a talk, but that's okay. It gives us some time to set up everything. On the mound, or in the circle, rather, Emily Humphrey, making what is her 9th appearance, her 8th start. 3-3 with a 4.24 earned run average this year. 39 2/3 innings pitched. She has walked 11. She has struck out 18. And opponents hitting .295 against her. Humphrey, a junior from Winston-Salem, North Carolina, attended Forsyth Country Day. At the high school level, 1 ball, no strikes to Dillner, and there's a strike on the outside corner. Dillner in the first game today, 1 for 3 with the 2-run double that ended the game early. Takes up and in. Head high in the count, 2-1. Dillner second on the team in batting average at .429 with 12 runs driven in. Swung on, grounded towards second base, and it's past Cassie Smith into right field. And that is a leadoff base hit. Brings up Lexi Sox, hitting at .455, a home run, 18 batted in.
First baseman, Lexi Sox.
She had a good first game today as well, 2 for 2, with yet another double, her 48th of her career. Came into today tied amongst all D3 players with 14. This one hit on the ground to second for 1. The relay to first base, not in time. So Dillner is retired 6-4. And Sox is aboard. 1 away. Defensive alignment for North Carolina Wesleyan. Skylar Walker in left, Lily Bombach in center. Frances Hanshoe is in right field. As the hitter is the designated player, Kelsey Craven was the catcher in game 1 today. Here's the pitch, and it's low. Around the infield, third to first. Molly Alejandrino, Alexis Whitfield, Cassie Smith, the lone change at second base, and Michaela Simmons at first base. And behind the dish here in game 2 is Savannah Thompson, who was the designated player in game 1. That one down and in. And the count 2-0 now to Craven. She was 0 for 3 in the first game. Hitting at .328 on the year, though, with 13 runs driven home. Here's the 2-0. Swung on and fouled off at the plate. Count 2-1. Emily Humphrey tied with the game 1 starter, Morgan Aycock, now with 8 starts each this year. This one hit a hot shot on the ground, third base side, and foul. The count 2-2. So Greensboro with the win in the first game. 12-7 now. And 1-0 in conference play. Again, they have a doubleheader tomorrow. That against Methodist as that pitch up and away. And the count goes full. Game 1 starting at 1 o'clock tomorrow. Men's lacrosse hosting Piedmont at noon at Pride Field, followed by women's lacrosse against Brevard at 3. Those will both be streamed live on the Greensboro College Sports website. Ground ball, third base. The throw to second base, and that's all they will get. As that one goes Alejandrino to Smith. forces out Lexi Sox. Craven is now safe at first. There are 2 away. And that'll bring up Anna Frazier. Frazier 1 for 3 in the first game today. And the pitch from Humphrey. That's skied into center field. Coming on and making the catch is Baumbach, and that is the final out of the inning. So neither team able to score in the first, and we'll head to the top of inning number 2. No score in game 2 of today's doubleheader on the Greensboro Pride Sports Network. Top of the second inning, no score. Anna Frazier facing 4, 5, and 6. Michaela Simmons, Molly Alejandrino, and Savannah Thompson. Frazier's first pitch low, win the count 1-0. Simmons hitting at .420 this year, 2 home runs, 20 RBIs, all 3 of those figures leading North Carolina Wesleyan this year. That pitch low, win the count 2-0. In the first game today, Simmons 1 for 2. Frazier ready. That one missing outside. And the count 2-1. We saw Savannah Thompson tried to bring that back in, but she did not get the call. That pitch tapped weakly towards second base. Coming in on his Lambeth. She'll sling it on over to first base, and that is out number 1 here in the second inning. And that'll bring up Michaela Simmons. Check that. That will bring up Molly Alejandrino. Let's try that again. Alejandrino.
How about your third baseman, Alejandrino?
Alejandrino at third base again today in the second game. 0 for 2 in the first with a strikeout. And takes strike 1 on the outside corner. Alejandrino this year hitting at .310 with 11 batted in. Frazier deals off speed and doesn't get the call. Looked good from here. Fastball missing outside, and the count 2-1. This is, again, Frazier's first career start. So far, so good. Has retired the first 4 hitters. 2 pop-ups, 2 groundouts. Here's the 2-1 delivery. That's popped up as well. And it is snagged there at third base by Peyton Reynolds. So Reynolds has garnered 2 ground balls and 1 pop-up. The other pop-up's going to Davis at short and Lambeth at second. Here is Savannah Thompson, the catcher. That pitch high. There's a called strike, and the count goes to 1-1. Frazier working with Faith Mabe behind the plate. That pitch up and away. And the count goes to 2-1. Faith this year making her 7th start today. Here's the 2-1. That's going to catch the low and outside corner, and the count goes to 2 balls, 2 strikes. So far today, the combination of Frazier and Lauren Engel have kept North Carolina Wesleyan off the board. Another pop-up to the right side, and it's snagged by Lambeth. So another 1-2-3 inning for Anna Frazier, and a good start as we head to the bottom of inning number 2. Still no score on the Greensboro Pride Sports Network. Bottom of the second inning, it will be the 5, 6, and 7 portion of the Greensboro lineup. Lambeth, Ray, and Micaiah Simmons. As we welcome you back into Barber Park. Kendrick Fruits here with you again for Game 2 of today's conference opening doubleheader. USA South action officially in full swing. And the first pitch here from Humphrey to Lambeth in there for a strike. Rigdon this year, .407 the batting average. She has driven in 5. Pokes this one into right field. This one should find a little grass. It does, but unfortunately in foul territory. Lambeth 1 for 2 in the first game today. Greensboro looking to go 2 for 2 as far as getting leadoff runners aboard. Dillner singled to start the first inning. Lambeth fouls this one off right field side, and that will kick off with the concrete into the grass in foul territory and out of play. Oh, 2 on the way. Humphrey delivers. And jam shot. It's going to land down the first base line. Humphrey picks it up and throws to first base just in time to get Lambeth there. That was up and in on her hands, and she did everything she could do to fight it off. That'll bring up Ivy Ray, the center fielder. Ray 1 for 1 in the first game. A .339 hitter with 7 driven in on the course of the year. It is 68 degrees now here in Greensboro, and one thing I was looking at earlier today, we had wind in the 15 to 17 mile an hour range. That pitch outside. Now sitting more in the 15 or 13 to 15 mile an hour range, so really not a crazy change. Just didn't really look as breezy when I was looking at the treetops. Of course, I say that now it picks up. Here's the 1-0. It's taken for a strike, and the count 1-1. No changes from a uniform standpoint. Greensboro still the black pants, the black shirts with the green numbering and the white trim and the high white socks. This one poked into left field, curling foul. And the count stays 1-2. For the Battling Bishops, still the blue pants, the gold jerseys with the blue sleeves, blue numbering on the back as well. A ball and 2 strikes to Ivy Ray. Left-handed hitting center fielder. Grounds this one towards short, scooped up by Whitfield, and the throw on to first base is in time. Score that one 6-3. And that brings up Micaiah Simmons.
Now at the plate, right fielder Micaiah Simmons.
Simmons hitting at .229, 2 home runs and 12 batted in. 4 of those coming maybe an hour ago on the Grand Slam. It was part of a 6-run inning. Simmons takes outside, and the count goes to 1-0. Not only was it a 6-run inning, it was 6 runs before an out was recorded. As the Pride turned a 1-0 lead into a 7-0 lead and eventually a 9-0 victory. A ball and no strikes. Hard hit down the third base side. It's fair, just inside the bag. And it's not going to be cut off in the corner either by Walker. Simmons is heading over to second base. That's going to be a stand-up double. She snuck that one just inside the third base bag. A good effort by Alejandrino there, a diving attempt, but not able to come up with the ball. And so with 2 away, there's now a runner in scoring position. Peyton Reynolds will be the hitter. Reynolds did not play game 1, making her 3rd start of the year. She is 1 for 11 at the plate. That one, though, is a double. Humphrey delivers. Here comes the pitch. Reynolds will take. No, it's a late called strike. And the count goes to 0-1. We kind of talked a little bit in that first game about the feast or famine offensively. This one popped over to second base and caught for the final out of the inning by Cassie Smith. We'll finish that discussion when we come back. But for now, we'll head to the top of the 3rd inning. Still no score in Game 2 of today's doubleheader on the Greensboro Pride Sports Network.
Score. In the end, there was a huge scramble. What ended up happening was I just stayed calm throughout the process, made sure I was working through it and breathing during that process, and I ended up coming up on top. First thing I did, I raised my hands to thank God, and I gave 2 crosses, thanking Him. When you get down to, who's on the mat, yeah, it's individual, but it's bigger than that, I wouldn't be able to do this without my coaching staff, the athletic training staff, my teammates, my family, my friends. It's a group effort,
Top of the 3rd inning, it'll be the bottom third of the lineup for North Carolina Wesleyan. Alexis Whitfield, Frances Hanshu, and Cassie Smith. Whitfield in the first game, 1 for 2. And she waves and misses strike 1 on the pitch from Frazier. Whitfield on the year, hitting a .370 with 7 runs batted in, getting on base at a .391 clip. Off speed missing up and wide, and the count goes to 1 ball, 1 strike. Corners playing in for Greensboro. That pitch misses away. It is now 2-1. Frazier ready with the 2-1. That's hit weakly on the ground towards first. It's scooped up by Sox, who throws to Lambeth. That'll go 3-4. And that is 7 straight retired here for Frazier. Brings up Frances Hanshu.
Now batting right fielder Frances Hanshu.
Hanshu did not play in game 1 today. Hitting at .375, though, in limited action this year with 3 runs batted in. That one just missing off of the low and outside corner, 1-0. Frazier gets the sign from Abe, delivers, and that one a called strike at the bottom of the zone, 1-1. Sox playing in at first. Creeping in a little bit is Reynolds. This one is lined into right field. Coming in and making the catch is Simmons on the run. There are 2 away. That'll bring up Cassie Smith. Also did not play in game 1.
Now up the second baseman, Cassie Smith.
Cassie Smith 0 for 3 this year. Making just her second start. She'll take low and the count 1-0. That was the first ball hit into the outfield off of Frazier today. Otherwise, her line 4 pop-ups and 3 groundouts. 1-0 on the way. There's a called strike on the outside corner and the count 1-1. Top of the third of game number 2 today. Greensboro looking to start conference play 2-0. There's a called strike, 1-2. They'll take on Methodist tomorrow in a doubleheader. Methodist defeated William Peace 3-0 in the first game of their doubleheader today. The 1-2 misses outside from Frazier, and the count 2 balls, 2 strikes. The 2-2 offering, that one is just off. It must have been high. It certainly looked like it caught the plate. At least the outside portion of it. The count goes full. Good looking pitch from Frazier. Payoff on the way, and that's low, ball 4. First base runner today, at least in game number 2 for North Carolina Wesleyan. It's a 2-out walk to Cassie Smith. We go back around to the top of the lineup. Is Lily Bombach. Grounded out to third her first time up. First pitch, the fastball missing away in the count 1-0. North Carolina Wesleyan does run a decent amount. This one grounded foul, third base side. They have attempted 42 stolen bases this year, have been successful on 36 tries. However, they were 0 for 2 against Kelsey Craven in game 1 today. Frazier ready with the 1-1. That pitch missing low, and it's 2-1. Bombach still looking for her first hit between the 2 games today. This one lined into left field, a long run, and a nice catch made by Madison Dillner, taking away what probably would have been a double off of the bat of Lily Bombach. A nice running catch, and that ends the third inning. So Frazier no longer has faced the minimum, giving up a 2-out walk to Cassie Smith, but more importantly, she's put up her 3rd consecutive shutout inning. We go to the bottom of the 3rd, no score on the Greensboro Pride Sports Network. Bottom of the third inning, no score here in game number 2 between North Carolina Wesleyan and Greensboro. It's going to be 8-9-1 coming up here. I checked that to be 9-1-2. Mackenzie Davis and then back around to Dillner and Sox. Mackenzie Davis, the shortstop. 1 for 2 in the first game today. Corner infielders are in, and the first pitch to Davis high. Mackenzie hitting at .204 with 7 runs batted in. And here comes the 1-0. Swung on and fouled back to the backstop. 1 ball, 1 strike. So we were talking a little bit about the offense for Greensboro this year. In their 7 losses, I think 5 runs seems to be what the magic number is, because you look at the games they've won and the games they've lost. All their losses have come in which they've scored 5 runs or less, including being shut out a handful of times. This one grounded right back to the circle. Low throw by Humphrey, but it's scooped up by Michaela Simmons, and that is the first out of the inning. We go back around to the top of the lineup with Madison Dillner, who singled her first time up. But conversely, in the 12 games that Greensboro has won this year, all but one of them they have scored more than 5 runs, including 4 times in which they've reached double figures. It held true in the first game today as they were able to put 9 runs across the plate as Dillner takes a strike. Between the first and second game today, she is now 2 for 4. That pitch misses outside, 0-1. You see her kind of lunge there a little bit. Able to show plate discipline and hold the bat back. 1 ball, 1 strike. And Humphrey delivers this sprayed foul, third base side, up and out of play, over towards where the batting cage is, behind the third base seating area. One, 2 on the way. She swings, taps it weakly back to the circle. Humphrey scoops it up. She'll get another try. And the throw on to first base in time. So back-to-back ground outs to Humphrey. And she's looking for a quick third inning.
Now at the plate, first baseman, Lexi Sox.
Lexi Sox 0 for 1 today. Reached on a force play. And Humphrey delivers first pitch. Sox taking just down and in, and the count goes to 1-0. We'll see what else has gone on around the conference in the 4th inning. Get you caught up on how everyone else's opening days of conference play have fared as Sox fouls that one off. A busy day to be sure. Sox swings, lines it into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit, and it's going to get past Walker and roll all the way to the wall. Walker has had some trouble in left field today. And it's a base hit and an error on Walker. That is her 3rd error. She made 2 in the first game. Walker actually came into today's game having not made a single error. In fact, neither her or Bombach had. And now, not only has Walker made 3 today, Bombach has made 1 as well. That'll bring up Kelsey Craven. Also 0 for 1.
Clear the count, Virginia.
First pitch inside, and the count goes to 1-0. Runner in scoring position with 2 outs for the Pride. And here comes the 1-0 delivery from Humphrey. Swung on, hit on the ground, third base side. It's foul. Bit of a delayed call there by the home plate umpire. It felt like people were kind of standing around saying, what is it? There's been a couple right down the third base line today. A ball and a strike to Craven. And timeout called. Craven again has driven home 13 this year. And here comes the pitch, swung on, third base side again, and again foul. Two outs in the bottom of the third. And again, a 7-inning contest, so as quick as it's been, we're already nearing the midway point. Still waiting to see who will draw first blood. 1-2 on the way. That's down low. Good scoop by Savannah Thompson. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Craven extends the inning. The pitcher, Frazier, would be the next scheduled hitter. 2-2 on the way. Humphrey delivers. This one swung on high, fly into left. It's going to go foul. The question is there room for Walker to make a catch? And the answer is no, not by a long shot. That one ends up well out of play. And the count remains 2-2. Lengthy at bat here for the right-handed hitting Craven. Humphrey delivers the 2-2. That's high. Thompson's got to stand up to corral it, and the count goes full. That was one of the big things in the first game, I think, against Morgan Aycock. One of the reasons that Greensboro was eventually able to get to her. They were patient at the plate, able to work some walks early. Aycock ended up walking 5 hitters in her 4 innings of work, which was at a rate much higher than what she had done earlier this year. Ground ball to short, and that's going to go through the legs of Whitfield, and coming in and scoring ahead of the throw is Lexi Sox, and that's going to be an error on Whitfield. One nothing Greensboro now, and that'll bring up Anna Frazier, who's 0 for 1. And that was kind of one of the things that we talked about in the first game, is the fact that there are some perhaps defensive lapses from North Carolina Wesleyan that Greensboro needs to be able to take advantage of. They did in the first game. 3 errors committed by the Battling Bishops, and now 2 in just the first 2 2/3 innings of game number 2. First pitch misses outside to Frazier. See if she can help her own cause here a little bit. Runner on first and 2 away. Humphrey delivers. Frazier takes low. Standing over at first base is Craven. 2 balls, no strikes to Frazier. She swings, fouls it off, and the count 2-1. Defensive miscues extending Humphrey's 3rd inning. She could have been out of it with her 3rd shutout inning of the game. Here's the 2-1. Swung on, hit on the ground again. Another chance for Davis. Or check that for Whitfield. She'll go to second. And they will get Craven there for the final out of the inning. But an error by Alexis Whitfield allowed a run to score. Sox crosses the dish, and the Pride grabbed the lead. 1-0 through 3 on the Greensboro Pride Sports Network.
Skylar Walker.
Top of the fourth inning. It'll be 2, 3, and 4 coming up for the battling Bishops. Skylar Walker, Emily Humphrey, Michaela Simmons against Anna Frazier. Frazier's first pitch backs Walker up. She popped out to short her first time. Pride lead it 1-0 after a 9-0 victory in game 1. Take a look at what else has gone on today around conference play. First, the 1-0. That's low in the count 2-0. The first round of today's games, again, everybody playing a doubleheader. Number 18, Pfeiffer, an 8-3 win over Southern Virginia. Callie Morton picked up her 9th of the year, 9th win, 9-0. 2-0 misses away in the count 3-0. Gracie Griffin also 4 for 4 in that game. In the second game of that doubleheader, Pfeiffer a 9-0 victory, and Kinsey Lyle picks up her 9th win of the year. That pitch low. No, it was a called strike in the count 3-1. Lyle also was 1-2 at the plate, so Pfeiffer going to now 22-0 on the year. Mary Baldwin defeated Brevard 6-2 the score in the first game. This one hit on the ground towards second, scooped up, nope, now bobbled by the second baseman Lambeth, and that's going to be an E4. And the leadoff batter is aboard for North Carolina Wesleyan. Emily Humphrey 0 for 1 today. Game 2 of that doubleheader, Mary Baldwin leading Brevard in the top of the 5th inning 9-1, so Brevard's going to have to find something offensively to extend the game. Here's the pitch hit on the ground towards first. That's scooped up by Sox, and she'll flip it to Lambeth for the first out. Heading to second base is Walker. I'm going to bring up Michaela Simmons. She's 0 for 1 today.
How about your first baseman, Michaela Simmons?
Meredith blanked Salem 10-0 in the first game today. Sarah Manis was 3 for 3 with a grand slam and 6 runs batted in. In the second game of that doubleheader, Meredith leading it 7-4. They're in the top of the 4th inning right now. First pitch to Simmons misses away. And the count 1-0. Methodist on the road blanked William Peace 3-0 in the first game. The second game of that series, though, William Peace leading it 7-4 in the bottom of the 6th. Ground ball to short. Davis scoops it up the throw across to first base in time for the second out of the inning. Heading over to third base is Walker. There are now 2 away, however. That'll bring up the third baseman, Molly Alejandrino.
The third baseman, Molly Alejandrino.
Alejandrino popped out to third her first time up. This one hit on the ground towards second, scooped up by Lambeth, and an easy throw on to first base in time. Outside of the error that led off the inning, a pretty smooth sailing for Frazier in the 4th. We're halfway home, and Greensboro leads it 1-0 in game number 2 on the Greensboro Pride Sports Network. Bottom of the 4th inning. It will be the 5, 6, 7 slots in the Greensboro lineup. That's Rigdon Lambeth, Ivy Ray, Micaiah Simmons. First pitch from Emily Humphrey. There's a called strike. Lambeth bounced out to the circle her first time up. Greensboro leads 1-0. There are 3 hits in this ball game, and all of them belong to the Pride. The pitch high, and the count 1-1. 2 errors for North Carolina Wesleyan, 1 for Greensboro. 1-1 on the way. This one, a one-hopper to short. Nice snag there by Whitfield. The throw on to first base is in time to retire Lambeth. 1 away. And that'll bring up Ivy Ray, who's 0 for 1. A little bit of a short hop there for Whitfield to deal with. Stays with it, though. Humphrey, just the 1 unearned run so far. 3 hits allowed, no walks, no strikeouts for the right-hander. First pitch to Ray, down and away. And it's 1 ball and no strikes. (1-0) on the way. Showing bunt as Ray pulls back, and it is now 2-0. Infield in, and the 2-0 coming. This one tapped weakly towards second, backhanded there by Smith, and the throw on to first base is in time. Cassie Smith to Michaela Simmons. That'll bring up Micaiah Simmons, Michaela's sister. Micaiah, a double in her first at-bat of this game. So she's got a home run and a double. Off speed from Humphrey misses high, and the count goes to 1-0. 2 away here in the bottom of the 4th. Humphrey ready with the 1-0. Fouled off of either the home plate umpire or off of the catcher Thompson. Didn't see which helmet. I just saw it bounced off of one of them. One ball, one strike. And Humphrey delivers. High pop-up foul, third base side. Will there be room for Alejandrino? Yes, it will. Nice play up against the fence by the North Carolina Wesleyan third baseman. And that will retire Simmons, and that is a 1-2-3 inning for Emily Humphrey. We'll go to the 5th inning. Greensboro still leading at 1-0 on the Greensboro Pride Sports Network.
I am playing Osu.
Another goal by me.
Right now I'm playing Rocket League.
It's a rhythm beat game.
Apex Legends,
Valorant,
Mortal Kombat,
Nintendo games.
a lot of first-person shooters.
any Modern Warfare or Call of Duty game.
I just like playing games.
Feeling safe.
Everybody comes together to beat the objectives, and it helps you bond with people.
They talk together, create strategies, and practice together.
Leadership, patience, collaboration, cooperation.
Top of the 5th inning. And it will be 6, 7, and 8 coming up for the battling Bishops. Savannah Thompson, Alexis Whitfield, Francis Hanshoe. That pitch missing down low in the count 1-0. Anna Frazier on for her 5th inning of work. Frazier delivers. This one's popped up. Back to the backstop, and the count 1-1. Thompson 0 for 1 in this second game. She was the designated player in the first game today. Was 1 for 2 in that one. That pitch low. And it is 2-1. Frazier taking a walk behind the rubber, now delivers. Here's the pitch, popped up, foul territory, long run and a dive, not quite able to get to it is Peyton Reynolds. A+ for effort, what an attempt. But the ball glancing off of the tip of her glove. Thompson breathing a sigh of relief. She stays alive, count 2-2. Here's the 2-2, rope third base side, that's foul. Count remains 2-2. Frazier delivers off speed, just missing off the inside corner. The count goes full. Payoff pitch coming. That's cued off of the end of the bat. Count stays full. Baseball on the road at William Peace today. Here's the 3-2. Again, fouled off third base side. That game was scheduled to start at 3 o'clock, but I've checked a couple of different places, and everything says the game has not yet started. So I wonder if there's some sort of delay. I've checked both teams' websites. I've checked their social medias. That pitch down low, and that is ball 4. Thompson, a leadoff walk. And looks like they're going to have a runner for Thompson. So before Alexis Whitfield comes up to hit, we'll see who that runner is. That will be Aaliyah Jones.
Running at first base, number 5, Aaliyah Jones.
Jones played the first game, was 0 for 2 as the right fielder. Here comes the pitch from Frazier. This is popped foul. The count 0-1. Jones on the year. And we talked about the fact that North Carolina Wesleyan does run a little bit. That one misses outside. Leah Jones, 6 out of 6 in stolen bases. That is tied for the second most on the team with Ariella Layton. They're trailing Skylar Walker, who's 8 out of 9. That pitch inside, but still bunted at and fouled. And the count 1-2. Shadows starting to creep a little bit, working from our right to left. First base side to third base side. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Runner goes, throw down to second base is late. And that is Thompson, or excuse me, that is Jones's 7th stolen base of the year. Whitfield does strike out. First strikeout of the game for Frazier, and that'll bring up Francis Hanshu. Hanshu 0 for 1 today. That pitch missing low, and the ball gets away from Mabe for a moment, heading over to third base and safe is Jones. The ball really didn't get that far away from Mabe there, but Jones aggressive on the base paths, and now North Carolina Wesleyan, runner at third base and one out, looking to tie this game. Swung on, grounded weakly, third base side. It's foul, and the count 1-1. Infield has come in at the corners, and now creeping in is the second baseman Lambeth as well. Swung on, grounded right back to the circle. Good job by Frazier to look the runner back to third base and then go on to first for the out. Heads up play in the circle by Anna Frazier for out number 2. Jones stays at third, and that'll bring up Cassie Smith. That was a hot shot back to the circle, too. Smith walked her first time up. 0 for 3 on the year. Frazier delivers. Low, ball 1. Second inning in a row. The Battling Bishops have had a runner at third base. The 1-0 offering is low, 2-0. And timeout called. As head coach Meredith Mills heading out for a quick mound visit. We did finally find a baseball update. Really, we'll just say they're losing. We'll leave it at that. Not a whole lot other necessary information to pass on. However, just as a reminder, we will let you know they do have a doubleheader tomorrow against William Peace beginning at 1 o'clock. Some home sports as well. Softball doubleheader against Methodist. First game beginning at 1 tomorrow. Men's lacrosse hosting Piedmont at noon at Pride Field, followed by women's lacrosse at 3 o'clock as they take on Brevard. And both softball and lacrosse will be streamed online on the Greensboro College Sports website. 2 balls, no strikes to Smith. Jammed with that one, fouls it off, and the count 2-1. Again, we're also simulcast on the social media platforms of 12 Ounce Sports today, so excited to be working with them for this doubleheader. Here's the 2-1. Smith will take a strike. No. Umpire didn't raise his hand. 3-1. That pitch looked good from here. So Frazier having to bounce back. She's down 3-1 in the count now, and that's down and in. It gets away from Mabe, and coming in and scoring is going to be Savannah Thompson. So without the aid of a hit, the Battling Bishops have battled back, and we're now tied at 1. We'll go back around to the top of the lineup. Bombach now coming up. She's 0 for 2 today. She swings, fly ball, left field foul, and down. And the count 0-1. Looking ahead to the bottom of the 5th inning now in a tie game. It'll be 8-9-1. Reynolds, Davis, and Dillner for Greensboro. Here comes the 0-1. That's down and in, 1-1. After Frazier breezed through innings 1, 2, and 3, all things considered, the 4th as well. Not quite so easy here in the 5th. Here's the 1-1. That's low. Both pins quiet. Two one on the way. Swung on. That's a high fly into center. Not deep. Ray is there and makes the catch for the final out of the inning. But a pass ball allows a run to score for North Carolina Wesleyan, and they have tied it up at 1. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning on the Greensboro Pride Sports Network. Bottom of the 5th inning, it is now a 1-1 ball game, and a little bit of stirring in the North Carolina Wesleyan bullpen. Emily Humphrey will face 8-9-1, Reynolds, Davis, and Dillner. Peyton Reynolds 0 for 1 today. Humphrey's first pitch, Reynolds swings, lines it into left field, and that's caught by Skylar Walker. She's had a trying day out there in left field, but able to make the catch on that one. A nice running catch, and that is the first out. Brings up Mackenzie Davis, bounced back to the circle her first time up. Humphrey reaches down, grabs a little bit of dirt. Now ready with the first pitch. That one got away from her a little bit. 1 ball, no strikes as Savannah Thompson had to get up and corral that one. Humphrey ready with the 1-0. The right-hander fires. Swung on, grounded towards third. Sawed her off a little bit. Alejandrina the throw, and the stretch made by Simmons, but not in time. And that's going to be scored an E5 on the throw from Alejandrino. That is now the 3rd error by North Carolina Wesleyan. They have made 3 errors in both games today. Back around to the top of the lineup, Dillner 1 for 2. Go-ahead run standing over there at first. 1 out, bottom of the 5th. Dillner shows bunt and misses for a strike. Throw down to first base, not in time. Back in safely is Davis. Nothing in 1 the count. Dillner again shows bunt, lays this one right down the third base side, but again foul. The count 0-2. Bit of a different feel here in this one. We talked about in the first game how it felt like it would come down to any little run you can get. That pitch just missing, the count 1-2. Then, of course, we said that, and Greensboro blew the doors off of that one. This one now in the bottom of the 5th inning of a tie game. Here's the 1-2, well outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. And this is, again, one of the things that the Pride have been doing well today. Working the count, not making mistakes, especially when they're down in the count. Taking some good pitches. 2-2. Ground ball towards second. The only play for Smith is to first base. Almost got her feet tangled up from beneath her as she looked at second base, but no chance to get Davis, who advances. That'll bring up Lexi Sox. Sox 1 for 2 with a run scored. Lexi's 7th all-time in career hits at 143. She swings and a little flare into left field. Nope, it's going to be caught by the shortstop Whitfield just before that ball gets into the left field grass, and that is the final out of the inning. We go to the top of the 6th inning, and we're still square at 1 in the Greensboro Pride Sports Network. Couple of changes being made defensively for Greensboro. We'll get you all of them here in just a moment. We do know there's been a change at the pitcher position as Laura Engel has taken over as that pitch inside. The count 1-0. We're in the top of the 6th inning, and it's 2, 3, and 4. Walker, Humphrey, and Simmons for North Carolina Wesleyan. The numbers for Frazier, who dazzled today. That pitch swung on, lined weakly into left field, and that's the first hit of the game for North Carolina Wesleyan after 5 no-hit innings from Anna Frazier. The Battling Bishops with their first hit of the game. Engel picked up the victory, a complete game shutout in the first game today. She's 8-3 on the year. And 1.39 her earned run average. Here comes the pitch. A bunt. And it's scooped up at third base by Reynolds. Almost pulled first baseman Sox off the bag.
What we got going on? I thought he got called out.
Umpires getting together right now. And, yeah, there is a sacrifice bunt there.
Sack bunt 3-4. Or 3-4 sack BU, whatever it is. Five to 4.
I'll bring up Michaela Simmons now.
Number 19, Michaela Simmons.
So, again, Engel is the new pitcher. There's a called strike. Other changes... There's a change at catcher, and it is Kelsey Craven. Is that it? That's all there are change defensive-wise. So Anna Simmons, 5 no-hit innings. Anna Frazier, 5 no-hit innings. And then, of course, pitch a strike in the count, 0-2. Then Engel comes in, first batter, a base hit into left field. This one poked to second base. It's going to be a tough one, and a dive and a catch made. What a play in right field, Micaiah Simmons. A diving catch, robbing her sister of a base hit. I hope they're not going out to dinner afterwards or something. Could be an awkward conversation. A great play by Simmons. Skylar Walker had to stay over at second base. Alejandrino, the next batter, pops it foul. And a dive and another diving effort by Peyton Reynolds. And again, can't come up with it. But I tell you what, she has laid it on the line a couple of times going after those foul balls. Top of the sixth inning, go-ahead run for the Battling Bishops on second base. There are two away. Engel delivers. That's down and away. Good scoop by Craven. So the line score now stands 1 run, 1 hit, 3 errors for North Carolina Wesleyan. 1 run, 3 hits, and 1 error for Greensboro. Here's the pitch. Alejandrino lines it into left field. That's going to get down a base hit. They're going to test Dillner's arm. Here comes the throw home. It's a good one, and it is not in time. The tag was made a little late and a little high. Sliding in under the tag was Skylar Walker. And the RBI base hit from Alejandrino. And North Carolina Wesleyan a 2-1 lead. A great play. It was a good throw from Dillner on the line. Just a little bit late getting the tag down was Craven. For Alejandrino, that is her 12th run batted in this year. And that will bring up Savannah Thompson. And after just moments ago, Meredith Mills was talking to the home plate umpire. Now it's her counterpart, John Brackett, conversing, and Alejandrino's going to come out. We'll see who comes in to run now. As Alejandrino greeted with high fives and celebration in the Battle in Bishop's dugout. It's going to be Ariella Layton coming in to pinch run. Top of the sixth inning. The Pride down 2-1. 2 outs. There is a pitch that just misses, count 1-0. First earned run off of Engel in almost 6 innings of work today. Across the 2 games, that pitch fouled off. 1 ball, 1 strike. Quick turnaround, though. They'll have to be ready to go right back at it tomorrow against Methodist. Runner at first base and 2 outs. Engel delivers the 1-1. Hit on the ground, third base side. It is foul. The count goes to 1-2. Looking ahead to the bottom of the 6th inning, it'll be the 3, 4, and 5 spots in the lineup. That is Craven, Frazier. Check that Craven and it was Anna Frazier's spot in the lineup. We'll see how that ends up going, and then Lambeth as well. Coach Mills once again heading back out to the circle. Last year, these 2 teams squared off in a doubleheader, and Greensboro won both of them. Engel went 7 innings in a complete game shutout, or a complete game victory, rather, gave up 1 earned run, and pitched 4 shutout innings in relief in game 2 and earned a victory. So it is not unusual to see her pitch in both ends of a doubleheader against this team. That pitch down and away, and the count 2-2. The Battling Bishops and the Pride split a doubleheader back in 2022. So Greensboro has won 4 of the last 5. Here's the 2-2. High fly left field, well foul. Count remains 2-2. The Pride have now won 3 in a row. Looking to make it 4. They've got some work to do. There's a high, towering pop-up foul left field side and also goes out of play. Thompson has been well out in front of those last 2 pitches and just hit some towering fly balls out of play. Here's the 2-2. Off speed. Did she wait enough? No, another foul ball. With how much in front she had been in the last 2 pitches, Engel tries to slow it down even more, and Thompson, you could tell, having to work hard to wait on that pitch. Started to see the weight transfer in her swing early, and the arms of the hands stayed back long enough to at least get a piece of it. That pitch down and in, and it clips her. So a good battle by Thompson ends in a hit by pitch. Pinch runner Layton will go down to second base, and that will bring up Alexis Whitfield. Whitfield 0 for 2.
How about your shortstop, Alexis Whitfield?
Lengthening shadows from the trees out over the right field side, starting to encroach over the first baseline. And a little bit down in the right field corner. Everybody's still playing in sun and staring at the sun for the most part, especially if you're standing on the left side of the playing surface. Engel delivers first pitch, hit on the ground to first base, and Sox will take it herself. That is the final out of the 6th inning, but an RBI base hit from Molly Alejandrino has given the North Carolina Wesleyan squad a 2-1 lead. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning on the Greensboro Pride Sports Network. Bottom of the 6th inning, Pride trail it 2-1. And once again, Emily Humphrey back in the circle. She has pitched well today for North Carolina Wesleyan. Really, both starters threw a very good game. It'll be 3-4-5 coming up. The catcher, Kelsey Craven, leading things off. She's 0 for 2. Humphrey's first pitch will clip her, and she'll head right down to first base. So leadoff runner is aboard. And that'll bring up the pitcher, Lauren Engel, this season. It's not come up to hit all that much. In fact, this will be her first hacks of the year. There will be a pinch runner, it looks like. And it will. They're going to call Craven back from first base. And the pinch runner will be Carly Minter. So Lauren will step into the right-handed box. Tying run stands at first base. Nobody out. Shows bunt and gets it down towards third base. Alejandrino scoops it up. Her only play is to first base. So credit Engel with the sacrifice there. And that will bring up Regan Lambeth, who is 0 for 2 today with a couple of groundouts. Line score right now, 2 runs, 2 hits, 3 errors for the battling Bishops, and 1 run, 3 hits, and 1 error for the Pride. Runner at second base, timeout called. Humphrey delivers. Lambeth swings, chops it on the ground towards short. Scooped up by Whitfield to throw in time, and Minter has to hold it second. There are 2 away. Brings up Ivy Ray. She's 0 for 2 in the second game. 0 for 1 in the first game, but she did walk twice, including once with the bases loaded. Infield has come in here for North Carolina Wesleyan. Humphrey delivers. First pitch to left-handed hitting Ray. Sprays it into left field. Walker makes a nice running catch as she crosses into foul territory. Jumps up and down and celebrates as she makes a nice catch to end the 6th inning. We head to the top of the 7th inning, and the Pride still trail by 1, 2-1. Lauren Engel is going to have to keep it a 1-run deficit. We go to the 7th on the Greensboro Pride Sports Network. Top of the 7th inning. North Carolina Wesleyan leading it 2-1. Lauren Engel is going to face 8-9-1. That's going to be Hanshu, Smith, and Bombach. Hanshu 0 for 2 today. North Carolina Wesleyan 1 run in the 5th inning, scoring on a pass ball, and then an RBI base hit from Alejandrino in the 6th gave them the lead. First pitch, a strike to Hanshu from Engel. Engel picked up the win with 5 shutout innings in the first game, improved to 8-3 on the year. This one sprayed foul, right field side, and the count 0-2. In between innings, there was apparently a little bit of light action in the North Carolina Wesleyan bullpen. It is quiet now. 0-2 on the way. Engel delivers outside. Good frame there by Craven, but too far outside to get the home plate umpire to take the bait. Ball and 2 strikes. Engel delivers. That misses upstairs. The count even now at 2. Corner's creeping in. Here comes the 2-2. A little poke into right behind second base, and a nice catch made by Mackenzie Davis. That's out number 1. Hanshu had to stay back on that one for a moment, but able to just get enough air under it to give Davis time to get back behind second base. Cassie Smith has walked twice today from the number 9 spot in the lineup. So she's still 0 for 3 on the year, looking for that first hit. Engel delivers, and that is just down below the bottom of the zone, and the count goes to 1-0. Smith didn't play again in the first game. The second base position was manned by Emily Humphrey, who has pitched very well here in game number 2. Here's the 1-0. Check swing foul. Looks like he might have got a piece of it. And the count 1 ball, 1 strike now. Only hits today for North Carolina Wesleyan. Base hit from Skylar Walker and the RBI base hit from Alejandrino. The 1-1 misses downstairs, and the count goes to 2-1. Looking ahead to the bottom of the 7th. 7, 8, and 9 would be up Simmons, Reynolds, and Davis, the 3 scheduled hitters for the Pride. Here comes the 2-1. Swing and a miss, and the count 2-2. Of course, we all saw Micaiah Simmons with the monstrous grand slam in the first game. Here's the 2-2. Strike 3 looking outside corner. That is the second out of the 7th inning. Turns the lineup back around to the top. And we take a look at the career number again of Lauren Engel. She is now 11 strikeouts short of cracking into the top 10 all time for Greensboro College. That pitch popped up, foul territory behind the plate. Craven going back, making the catch as she heads towards the Greensboro College dugout. That is a 1-2-3 clean top of the 7th for Lauren Engel, and we will go to the bottom of the 7th. Greensboro needs 1 run to tie. It's coming up next on the Greensboro Pride Sports Network. Bottom of the 7th inning, Emily Humphrey back in the circle, looking to go the distance. She'll face the bottom third of the lineup. Micaiah Simmons leading off. She's 1 for 2 with a double.
Right fielder, Micaiah Simmons.
Obviously, she's got the power. We saw it in the first game, but even just a base runner here would be just what the doctor ordered. First pitch from Humphrey, that's inside. And skip to the plate, count 1-0. Bottom 3 in the lineup today, a combined 1 for 6. That one being Simmons' double back in the 2nd inning. Obviously, very early in conference play, but Simmons swings, grounds it foul, count 1-1. With the way Pfeiffer has started this year and the way that they've dominated their doubleheader today, picking up their first 2 conference wins of the year against Southern Virginia, you've got to think that, especially close games like this, maybe you don't want to necessarily consider them must-wins this early in the year, but you do want to keep pace with them. Pfeiffer and Greensboro, the preseason 1 and 2 respectively in the conference polls. Swung on, high fly ball into left field on a rope. It is gone! Second home run of the day for Micaiah Simmons. She's tied it up here in the bottom of the 7th. A grand slam to center field in game 1, a line drive home run to left in game 2. That is her 3rd home run of the year, RBI number 13. It is now a tie game, still nobody out in the bottom of the 7th inning. Peyton Reynolds 0 for 2 now will come up. See if Greensboro can build off of that momentum. That's a called strike, and the count 0-1. Humphrey gets the sign, ready to deliver the 0-1 pitch. Way outside, and the count goes to 2-1. Check that, 1-1. Reynolds, again, 0 for 2 today. Humphrey deals the 1-1. Swung on, hit weakly on the ground towards short. Whitfield scoops it up, and a strong throw on to first base. That is the first out of the inning. Brings up Mackenzie Davis. She's 0 for 2 today. Reached on an error her last time up. Davis, back in the first game, was 1 for 2. Humphrey ready. First pitch of the at-bat. There's a called strike, and the count 0-1. Humphrey's given up 4 hits today. That's the first earned run that she has surrendered. Here comes the 0-1. Inside, almost got a piece of Davis, but the count 1 ball, 1 strike now. That was just the 4th hit for the Pride here in the second game after banging out 9 in the first game. Here's the 1-1. There's a called strike on the outside corner, count 0-2. We'll go back around to the top of the lineup next. Dillner in the on-deck circle. Here's the pitch to Davis. Taking all the way. That one just missing. You heard the clamoring of the North Carolina Wesleyan fans thinking that Humphrey had picked up a called strike 3, but it is 1-2. Timeout called at the plate. And Humphrey ready. Here comes the pitch. Same location, same result. 2-2 now to count. Check that, 3-2. Payoff pitch coming. As Humphrey checks the armband, ready to deliver the 3-2. Swung on, lined right to first base, where Michaela Simmons makes the play. There are 2 away. We go back around to the top of the lineup. Madison Dillner, 1 for 3, a base hit her first time up. First pitch coming. Pokes this one into center field. That drops a base hit. Scooped up there by Bombach, but it's a 2-out single for Dillner. Well, if there's anybody you want to have up in this situation, I think it would be one Lexi Sox, and that is exactly who's stepping up. Sox in the second game, 1 for 3 with a run scored. There's going to be a pinch runner here. Dillner comes out. Benamonte comes in to pinch run. Sox, of course, one of the most prolific doubles hitters in program history and across of all of NCAA D3 softball this year. This would be the perfect time to put one in the gap. Humphrey deals. Sox shows bunt, pulls back, runner goes, and she is out by a mile. A great throw by Savannah Thompson gets Benamonte by a lot. And with that, we'll head to extra innings. We head to the top of the 8th inning. We are tied at 2. The home run by Micaiah Simmons sends us to the top of the 8th when we come back on the Greensboro Pride Sports Network. Top of the 8th inning. We are all square at 2. It'll be 2, 3, and 4 coming up. Walker, Humphrey, and Simmons, which means the runner at second base is Lily Bombach to start extra innings. And there's a bunt down the third base side. Only play is to first, and it is made in time by Peyton Reynolds. So Bombach will go to third base, and that will bring up Emily Humphrey. Humphrey's 0 for 2. Infield comes in. Off speed away. And the count 1-0. Two runs, 2 hits, 3 errors for North Carolina Wesleyan. This one poked foul, right field side, 1-1. Greensboro, 2 runs, 5 hits, and 1 error. Humphrey, a combined 1 for 4 across the top and the bottom of this doubleheader. That pitch low, and it's 2-1. Particularly large shadow is now crossed over the front of the pitcher's circle. Advantage pitcher in that aspect. The ball goes from dark to light. That pitch down and away, and the count 3-1. Bombach, the go-ahead runner, standing over there at third. Here's the 3-1. Just missing off the inside corner, ball 4. So Humphrey is aboard with a 1-out walk, runners at the corners, and Michaela Simmons is the batter. Michaela 0 for 3. Was 1 for 2 in the first game today. And here comes the pitch. And Engel misses inside. Of course, the way that extra inning rules work, the runner at third, Bombach, although just a bookkeeping thing, the important thing is not to let her score. She would be an unearned run if she did score. This one popped foul, and Sox will make a nice catch. In foul territory, and that is a big second out. That'll bring up Molly Alejandrino, who had the RBI base hit back in the 6th inning, which gave the Battling Bishops the lead 2-1 at that point. She shows bunt, pulls back. Snap throw back to the circle, and heading down to second is Humphrey. Count 0-1. The pitch was a strike. And timeout called as once again Coach Mills heading out. She's got the entire infield involved in this conference to the left side of the circle. When we resume play, there will be 2 runners aboard for North Carolina Wesleyan, both in scoring position. Bombach at third. Humphrey will be the runner at second. Checking elsewhere to see what else has gone final. Of course, we already know Pfeiffer, a fairly easy doubleheader victory today for the 18th ranked team across all of D3 softball. Took both of their games today against Southern Virginia. William Peace bounced back after losing to Methodist 3-0 in the first game. They return with an 11-5 victory in the nightcap against Methodist. Methodist is who Greensboro will face tomorrow. That pitch to Alejandrino missing down and away. And the count 1-1. Again, that is a 1 o'clock start to tomorrow's doubleheader. Here's the 1-1. Just missing down and in. Count 2-1. Engel trying to paint both the low away and low inside corners on back-to-back pitches, just missing on both. 2 runners in scoring position, but there are 2 outs. Here's the 2-1. Hit on the ground towards third. That's scooped up by Reynolds on to first base in time. Well, that is big. That means 1 run can win it in the bottom of the 8th inning as Engel able to strand 2. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. 2-2 is your score on the Greensboro Pride Sports Network. Bottom of the 8th inning. Emily Humphrey back out on the mound for North Carolina Wesleyan. The runner at second base will be Dillner, which means that Lexi Sox, the batter, 1 for 3. We're tied at 2. 1 run will win it. And, of course, really quickly to go over the strategy is Coach John Brackett. If there's one man that knows strategy, it is him. His 33rd year as head coach at North Carolina Wesleyan. Interesting situation here. Obviously, Sox, one of your best hitters. In fact, leading the team in batting average, or at least check that second in batting average. Do you bunt and move the runner over, or do you let her swing away? She's the all-time program leader in doubles with 48. One of the leaders amongst all of the D3 ranks this year. We will see how Coach Mills wants to play it. Following her, Kelsey Craven waiting in the on-deck circle. Alexis Sox hoping that it doesn't get that far. Humphrey ready. First pitch at the bottom of the 8th inning. 1 run to win it. Humphrey deals as they pitch out. The count 1-0. Catcher Thompson had stood up before the pitch was even delivered. And, yep, they're going to put Sox on. They're looking to complete the intentional walk, set up a force. So Kelsey Craven will be the next hitter. 0 for 2 today, has also been hit by a pitch. They come back in after throwing 3 out of the zone. Humphrey with a surprise drops that one in, and the count 3-1. And misses outside ball 4. And so the intentional walk complete. 2 aboard, but again, Sox doesn't matter. The runner at second is the winning run. Obviously, it's to say, depending on what happens, Sox could matter if there's a force made somewhere. But for the moment, the runner that wins the game is the one at second. Here is Craven. Third baseman Alejandrino creeping in. That pitch inside. Got her. It got her on the arm. It loads the bases. That'll bring up the pitcher's spot. which we're going to see Anna Frazier come in to hit here. Frazier started the game in this position. So Frazier 0 for 2 today. Frazier in the first game was 1 for 3. Which makes sense when you think about it. Engel doesn't have an official plate appearance this year, or didn't have an official at-bat, just that sac bunt her last time. So winning run stands at third. Humphrey ready. First pitch. Swung on. That'll be lined into left field. That'll win it. Coming in and scoring is Dillner, and it's a walk-off base hit for Anna Frazier, and the Pride take both ends of this doubleheader by winning the second in extra innings, 3-2 the final.
Final score, Greensboro wins it 3-2. Thank you everyone for coming out this afternoon.
It was a walk-off double in the first game to win it by the run rule. It was a walk-off double off of the bat of Dillner, and then Dillner comes in to score the winning run here in the bottom of the 8th inning on the walk-off base hit from Anna Frazier. By the way, for Frazier, that is her 15th run batted in this season. But more importantly, Greensboro now improves to 13-7, and they start conference play with a perfect 2-0 mark. Frazier picks up the win. She goes to 1-0 on the season. The losing pitcher is Emily Humphrey. Check that. Engel, the winning pitcher. I think I mistakenly just said Frazier a moment ago. Engel picks up the win, so she 10 the bottom in the doubleheader. She is now 9-3 on the season. And again, the losing pitcher, Humphrey, falls to 3-4. Your final line score game today, Greensboro wins it 9-0. 9 runs, 9 hits. Wesleyan, no runs, 5 hits, and 3. And in the nightcap today, the score 2 runs on 2 hits and 3 Carolina Wesleyan, and Greensboro wins it in the bottom of the 8th. A walk-off base hit from Anna Frazier, who pitched 5 no-hit innings in this game as well. 3 runs on 6 hits and 1 error. What a fantastic Friday afternoon of softball here at Barber Park. Well, that'll wrap everything up here for us today. Again, a doubleheader tomorrow against Methodist. Game 1 beginning